tasks. The first task is to develop an entity manager. So let's go and create a new class which we'll call entity manager. Entity manager. Alright, and it should be a generic class so that we could work with any type. So we put this T letter to specify that this class is generic. Then we need to have methods like add, remove, get all. First of all, let's create, this will be most likely a list. So we'll create private list of type T, and we will call this entities. Alright, and then when we create a constructor, so I will quickly generate the constructor. Alright, let me specify that. Public entity manager, then we say entities is equal to new array list. Alright, new array list. We want to have the method add items, so let's create public, and we want it to be a thread safe, so synchronized void, since it does not return any value, so public synchronized void add item. Then we have item of type T item. Then we say what? We'll go to our entities, say dot add our item. Alright, so now let's create a method for removing item. So remove item and let it return something like boolean, so that we would know either true or false. So remove item of type T, then we say entities dot remove item and return it. So return if you are successfully removed it or not. So if it manages to remove the item, then it will return the true, or if it does not find or something happens and it is unable to remove that item, then it will return false. So and as you can see, I use the word synchronized to prevent the race condition, and this makes our methods thread safe. So let's create the get all method. So again, I will use the same principle, synchronized. At this time we return the list of type T, and then we call it get all, and we return the method should return a copy of the list of all elements. So to return the copy, we can use the new array list entities. Now what we need to do is we need to filter the methods by age, by name, and by activity. To do this, first let's create another class which we will call users, actually user refactor, class user that will have age, name, and activity. So it has private string name, then it has private integer age, and it has boolean private active. Alright, so we have a boolean active. And what we can do now, so actually we wanted to filter, right? So let's create public synchronized void filter by name. Alright, so we want to return entities, and we'll use stream for this one. Stream, and actually we will return a list of type D. Alright, entities.stream.filter. So we want to filter we want to filter by the name, and in order to filter by the name we actually need to create some interfaces. Let's create the interface has name, where we will have a method string get name. Alright, then let's create another interface as age. So what it will return, it will have a method integer get age. Alright, and last one is active. Is active. So it will have a boolean method is active. Like this. Alright. Now user should implement these interfaces. So we'll say implement has age, has name, and is active. Alright, now we need to override the methods. So let the IDE help us override the methods. Actually, I will use Ctrl-I. So when we get the age, we want to return this age. For name, we return this name. For active, we return the active. Right, so these are the getters for the fields, but we use them as interfaces in order to be able to filter the elements. So what we can do now is we can say u, or whatever, we can call it whatever we want. So we'll say u dot actually. So we're filtering by name, right? Let's say u instance of has name. Actually, we say e predicate, and we say e is instance of has name. Alright. And we say and e dot. So actually we should have a parameter here, string name. We filter it by a name. So we want to say e dot get name. Alright. So e get name equals to the name. And in the end we need to collect the results. So collect collectors to list. And we can use here equals ignore case, so that it would ignore whether it's a capital letter or small lowercase. It will return it will filter it by that name. Alright. Now let's do the same for the age and activity. So let's say filter by activity. And let's actually rename this. Let's be consistent. Has activity. Alright, so filter by activity. Then we'll say boolean active. Then we go the same entities stream filter, and now e is instance of has activity, and has activity dot is active should be equal to the activity. Let's call it activity. To activity. Actually, let's rename this. Let's say is active. So is active should be equal to is active, like this. Alright, now let's do the same for the age. So public void synchronized actually list. Then we say filter by activity. Filter by activity. Then what we do, actually by age. Filter by age. Filter by age. Then we need to specify the age range. So integer min age and max age. So what do? We say return entities, stream, filter, and the condition will be what? So predicate, say e is instance of has age. Alright, then we say and then we go the minimum age and maximum age. So what do? We go to age. So has age, e.get age. So e.get age should be greater than the minimum age. So greater than or equal to minimum age, and it should be and it should be less than or equal to the maximum age. Right, then we collect the result. Use collectors.toList. So this is our filtering. Alright, we have our entity manager, we have our interfaces, we have our user. Also, let's override the methods to string and equals. So I will just generate that. I will generate to string and I will generate equals. Alright. Now let's create a main method. So main, here I have prepared a list of users that I will just copy paste here. So we have manager, entity manager of type user that we have created, which we'll call manager, new entity manager. Alright. The order. Yes, we need a constructor. We need a constructor. I will quickly generate that. So we have our constructor, we have our users. Alright, we have our users. Now let's create test cases for our entity manager. So we will go to the same package, final tasks, and I will create entity manager test. So here, what we will do, we will we need to have an instance of class entity manager. So let's create entity manager of type user, and we'll say manager, new entity manager. Alright. And we need to add users, so I will copy paste. I will wrap this around our method that we will call public void pre, or let's say set up. Alright, so this is our setup. I will take this one and we'll have the manager, which is equal to new entity manager, and we want to execute this before each test, so we can use the annotation before each. Alright, so we'll have a setup before each test. So now we can start writing our tests using the test annotation. So public void, let's start from the method add user. So add item. We have our method add item, so I will use test add, let's say add user. Add user. Then we go and what do? Let's imitate a list. Or actually no, let's imitate a user. So let's say user and let's call him user to add. Then we'll say new user, and we will call, let's say, John, age 35, not active. Then we go assert true, let's make our method add item boolean. So it should return this one. Alright. Okay, IDE suggests that we make it boolean. I mean make it void. If so, then let's try to add the user. Add the user using manager dot add item user to add. Alright. We could just do this by copying. We'll just take this one and get rid of the extra piece of code. So like this. Now what we can do is then we can go to our list. Actually, let's create a list. Let's create a list of users, which we'll call users, and we'll say now why do we need we have our before each that adds the items to our, so we have our manager. Instead of that, what we can do is we can go to manager and we can say get all, and we say contains, use the method contains, and if it contains the same user, so we'll take this one Actually, we will call this user, or how can we call this one? We need to compare. Let's take this one, copy, paste here. If it contains the same user, let's run this. So yes, it contains that user, so fine. Now let's test the method remove. So public void test remove user. So what can we say? We can say we can directly write assert true, assert true, then we'll say manager dot remove item. Then what we're gonna do, we can say remove Alice. We have two Alices here, so remove this one, and the remove item itself, it's a boolean, so it should return some boolean value. Alright, we'll say user should be removed. Alright, let's put the annotation test to have an entry point, and now we can run this test. So successful. Now let's test the method getAll. So we'll say public void test getAll. So what do we do? First we call manager and we say getAll, and we need to store them in some list. So getAll, let's store them in a list. Users. So we'll say all users. Well, let's suggest users. So we have our users. Then what do? We want to check. So we say assert equals. So assert equals the expected value is that we have 4 users, so we expect to have 4. And we say users dot size. Like this. Let's try to run this test, and it's correct. Alright, now what we need to test the filter. We need to filter by age, by name, and by activity. So let's try to test that. So public void test filter by name. So filter by name. Let's copy this list. I will take it here. So we'll say filtered users take manager, filter by name, let's say Alice. So we have two Alices in our list. So when we say assert equals, should have expected value 2, and filter users size is the actual value. So let's add the test annotation. Now we can see it's true. Yes, it's true. Now let's copy this one. I will paste it here and we'll say filter by activity. So we have our filter users, filter by activity, we'll say true. Filter by activity. We want all the active users, so we have 1, 2, 3 users. So we'll say 3, and the size of our list should be 3. So let's check. It's true. So we move on. The last one, test filter by age. So we have list user filtered users. Then we say the age range will be from 25 to 30. So 25, 30. Alright. This is the age. Now filter by age. So we have 1, 2, 3 users. So again, 3 users, and it should be true. Yes. Let's try one more. Let's say remove non-existing user. Non-existing user. So let's say Alice with the age 29 or 30. Actually, let's make it John. There's no John in our list, so it should be false. Assert false. Manager remove item. Let's run this. As you can see, it is false because no such user as John exists in our list. Non-existing user cannot be removed, like this. So yes. Now let's move to the next task, user data validator. Alright, so let's create a new class. So what do we need? We need a user with the attributes name, age, and email. So let's create a user with the attributes fields, name, private integer age, and private string email. And I will quickly generate constructor I will generate getters and that's it. Now let's go and create user validator class. So user validator, right? So this is a service that provides methods for validating user objects against certain rules. So we need to have a name check, age check, email, validation control. We need to have a validation enabled flag. So let's create private boolean validation enabled. Let's make it static so that this field will be independent of the class user validator, and let's keep the default value true. Alright, then let's create a method set validation. So set validation, which is a boolean type enabled, let's say enabled. And then we will go and change the validation to enabled. If we want, we will disable it or enable as we wish. So also we need an exception, user invalid user exception. Let's create our exception here. Actually, let me create a new exception as a file, which is invalid user exception. So we have invalid user exception, extend the runtime exception, and we have the IDE has implemented the method automatically. So alright, we have our invalid user exception. Now we can go and write our public static void. This is also static. Let's start writing the validate method. Validate our user. So before validation we need to check. So data validation should only occur if the validation flag is set to true. So we need to have a condition if the validation enabled is not true, then we will terminate and we will not continue. Else we'll have a bunch of if statements. So first we have the name check, name must be non-blank, so we go and say user.getName, getName is blank. So if user get name is blank, or user get name is after trim is empty, so if it has spaces, or if it's null, or if it starts with if it doesn't start with a capital letter, so we take character dot is uppercase. If character is not uppercase, and character at user get name dot character at 0. So if the first character is not uppercase, then we will return, actually no, we will throw new invalid user exception, and we will say invalid name. Alright, and the next condition is the age. So the age must be between 18 and 100. So we say user get age. So if user get age is less than 18, or user get age is greater than 100, then we will again throw new invalid user exception, and we will say invalid age. Okay, then we go another if email verification. So email must comply with a standard email format. So something like something like this, which is separated by the symbol at. Then again we have something like this and .com. So these are the important things, the symbol at and .com, or anything. So they must be separated by at and dot. How can we do this? First of all, we go and say user get email, user get email, so again email must not be blank. So if it's blank, or if it's empty, user get email dot trim, that will remove spaces, is empty, or user dot get email dot matches. Actually, we can get rid of this because the matches will prevent it anyway. If we'll have a null space, I mean a null string or empty string, then it will throw an exception. So we have the regular expression. Then what do? We put this symbol to indicate that this is the beginning of our regular expression. Then we put the square brackets. Then we say anything from A to Z, from capital A to Z, and anything between A to Z, lowercase, any number between 0 and 9. symbols like plus, dot, dash, whatever, a lower dash. So these are allowed. So if any one of these, this plus means that any one of these matches the email, then we're good. Then we go to the next stage. So we have this @ symbol. So @ then again we have the brackets. Then we say any letter from A to Z, anything from capital A to Z and lowercase a to Z, from 0 to 9. From 0 to 9. What else? The dash sign. Alright, any one of these should match. Then we have the double backslash to escape the dot, since dot is also a special character in regular expression. Then we have dot, and in the end, what do we have? Anything between A and Z in the range from 2 to 6, 2 to 4 or 6. Okay, from 2 to 6, and we put the $sign to indicate the end of the regular expression. And we can also have the capital letters here. Let's put the capital letters. So if it matches any of these, I mean, if it does not match, then we're gonna throw new invalid user exception. So we'll say invalid email. Alright, like this. And what else do we have? I think it was the last one. So if it passes all of this, then we'll print out user validated. Okay. Alright. Now let's test what we got. Let's say main, and let's create a user. New user, name, age, and email. So let's say name John, age 25, email John Doe email.com. So like this. Now we say validate our user. Alright. Actually, we need to put this in try catch block because we have the exceptions. So try this, if not catch the invalid user exception. And print the message. try to run this. We should get a valid user. So this is a valid user. User validated. What if we say like this? So this is not a valid user. Says invalid email, as you can see. What if we say John with the lowercase? We'll get invalid name. What if we get John and we get age 250? We got two exceptions here. It catches only one, the name. So the first exception, and the program crashed. Alright. Now we need to write test cases. Alright. Also, let's try to turn off. So we say set validation false. Now we can have John with small 250 and what? Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Why? Because if validation is not enabled, it will just not allow us to enter inside this method, as you can see. So I will remove this. Now let's write test cases. So we go and say what? User validator so we create new Java class user validator test. What do we do? Let's see. So we need to test so we need to test the method validate, but before that we need to create an instance of class user. So we need to have a user. Let me copy this one. So we will say before each we'll have a public void setup, and we'll create user, but first let's initialize private user, then we'll say user new user, like this. What's wrong? Okay, so we have user. We'll have this user for all the methods that we test. Alright, let's go and create our first test. So test public void validate, or let's say test validate. So we're testing this method. So so what do we do? First we need to check the name. Try to get the false name, correct name. So we need to try to get the name with the capital letter. The first letter starts with a capital one, with lowercase. Let's start from the valid user. So let's say test valid user. So we have valid user. Actually, we don't need this pre-set up because I will be using different values. So we'll have our user. So this is a correct version. So we'll say assert does not throw, does not throw. So assert does not throw. We have our lambda expression. So assert should not throw if we have user dot let's say validate. So we need to use the method validate. So let's go to user validator, user okay, it's not public. This class is not public. We cannot have two public methods. So let's move it to another class. Now we go, say user validator dot validate our user, and it should not throw any exception. So it doesn't throw any exception like this. No invalid user exception, no invalid name, age, or anything like that. So this user is perfect, and we must have passed. We need to pass this test. So let's run the test and see. So yes, this is a valid user. All right. Now let's create another test for invalid user. So let's test invalid user. So invalid user looks like invalid user can have a small John. Invalid username, let's say. invalid username. Let's put the test mark annotation. And let's say assert. So this must throw an exception. This must throw invalid user exception class. And we have our lambda where we take user and say, where we take the user validator and use the method validate and pass our invalid user. Alright, so this must throw the exception. Let me copy this one. We will do the same for the blank name. Let's leave it empty. Name. Name empty. So this must also throw an exception. And another one, invalid user age, let's say user 2 old. Alright, so the name is valid. Now we'll put it to 50. This must throw an exception as well. Then we'll copy this again and we'll paste user too young. Too young. Let's put it 2. Alright. Then what do we have? What else do we have? Invalid email. Test invalid user email. So let's say something like this. So this must throw an exception. All right. Let's run all of them using Maven lifecycle test. Have some warnings. What do we have? Build failure. One failure. What is that? Validate length. Looks like this is an old test. Validate length. Test. Let me fix this real quick. Was it this one? Yes, the -1. I'll just remove this one. Alright. Problem solved. Let's run it one more time. Now it should be fine. Yes, now it's fine. Alright. So they all passed the test. Now let's move to the next task. Accounting for students' grades. So we need to create a system for managing and analyzing student grades using a generalized approach. Systems must support different types of numerical grades, ensure input data validation, and provide functionality for calculating statistical indicators. Functional requirements. We need to have a generic class student grades. So let's create package task 3, then we create a new class student grade. So student grade is a generic class of type T which extends the number class. So we have an upper bound number, so T can have values of type number or its subclasses, so this is an upper bound. Then we need to have fields for student name, subject, and grade. So let's create private string name, private what, subject. So subject is a string, so subject, and grade the big integer grade. So we need to have a list of type student grades for storing grades, a method for adding grade which also validates the grade to ensure that it's not negative, a method for calculating the average of grades in a particular subject, and handle the exceptions via invalid grade exception. I need to ensure the thread safety when adding estimates using synchronized, so this will be a multi-threaded program. Alright. Alright, the grade must be of type T. Since we don't know, we want to be able to support two different types of numerical grades, so that's why we're using type T. Alright, then we need to have constructor. Let's generate constructor and getters for all the fields. Alright, so we have getters, constructor, and we're done with the class student grade. Now we need to create the grade service. So let's create another class, grade service of type T as well. So here we need to have a list of student grades. So here we have a list, a private list of student grades, type T. Alright, for storing grades, so we'll call these grades. Then we need a method for adding a grade, add grade, which also validates the grade to ensure that it's not negative. So let's create a method. Public void, but before that let's create a constructor. So public grade service grades new do we need this? Actually, let's first implement the method add grades. So we'll say public void add grade and we need to ensure the thread safety, so we'll put synchronized here. Synchronized. We want to add grade. How can we do that? We can use the type T, remember, for the grades. Say grade. Then we need to validate that the grade is not negative, so we need to say if grade is less than 0. So if it is less than 0, if grade is less than 0, return. But since we don't know the type of the grade, it's of type T, we have a compile error. So I will remove this one and let's think how we can add the validation for our grade. It should not be negative, but how can we do that? Let's say if grades alright, that's for now, skip that part. Let's just add the grade, so we go to grades, say dot add the grade. Alright. What's the problem now? Actually, it should be student grades. Student grades. Type T. Now it's okay. Let's create a method for calculating the average of grades in a particular subject. So we'll say public synchronized average grade. let's say average of grades, since we are asked to calculate the average of grades in a particular subject. Average of grades, so we need to have a subject here. Oh wait, let's first create our own exception. So I'll go and create invalid grade exception, invalid grade exception, which extends runtime exception. Now we have our own exception. Let's continue. But before that, let me add the condition for the grade, for adding the grade. So the grade cannot be negative, and since we have created the exception, we can say if the grade double value is less than 0, then we say throw new invalid grade exception and say that the grade cannot be negative. Alright. Before we continue to the method average of grades, first let's extend the numbers for the grade service as well. Since we're using numbers, let's limit the range of values for the generic type T, and let's initialize the grades using the new array list. So we'll have only one list of grades, which will be final. Alright. Instead of synchronized, which can lead to starvation and to overhead of the resources, we can instead use the rintrent log for the sake of practice. So let's use the rintrent log and remove synchronized. So first what we'll do, we'll say lock, and I'll say try lock, lock dot try lock. Actually, let's just use lock, then we say try this one, and then finally unlock the lock. So unlock. Alright. So now we have a more safe method. Alright, now let's move to the average of grades. So for this task, we want to get the average value for a specific subject, so we need to pass the subject, and the return type should be double. Since we're getting the average, we can use stream for this task. So first let's create a list of type T. So this is a generic type. Then we go and say, let's call it subject list, and what we will do, we'll take the grades and we'll say stream then we'll filter it by the subject. So we'll say S. Actually, this is a grade, so let's mark it as G. Grade G. G dot get grade dot actually get subject, then we compare it to our subject, so equals ignore case subject. Alright, then what do? We go and say map. We want to get the grade, so student grade get grade, and collect it back to the list using collectors to list like this. Now let's have an if conditional statement. If subject is empty, subject grades, student grade. This is actually subject grade list, so we'll call it subject grade, and we'll take subject grade, and if it's empty then it means there are no grades for that specific subject, so then we can throw new invalid grade exception and say no grades for that subject. Alright, and if there is, then we will return subject grade dot stream dot we need the average now. So before that we need to map, so we need to convert it to double, so map to double, actually map to take number double value, so we map it to double value, then we get the average, or else if it's we'll get 0 for the average. Alright, so again we have declared a list of type T and called it a subject grade. Then we have the grades, our main source of the grades. Then we used a stream to create a stream. Then we have filtered that list using a method filter. Then we have our G this is a variable that represents, this is an instance of student grade. Then we take G and say get subject. So we get the subject of that grade, of that student grade. Then we compare it to our subject. Alright, and then after it passes this stage, then it moves to the mapping stage, where the grades of that subject are converted, are copied into the subject grade list, and in the end they are collected by the method collectors to list. Alright, so by this, after the execution of this one, we should have a list of grades of a specific subject. Then we go and check if that list is empty, then it means there are no grades for that subject. Otherwise, we will return the average of that grade. So we take subject grade, use stream, then we map it to double to convert the value of that grade into double. So we use for each number the double value method, so we convert it into double. Then we take its average. If not, we return 0. Alright, so this is the logic behind this method. Alright, let's create a main method and test what we got here now. So main, we have the grade service, student grade, main invalid. Alright, let's create the main. Let's create student grade. So student grade, student grade of type, let it be integer. So we'll call it grade. Alright, new student grade. Then we'll add the grade using grade dot. Actually, we don't have a method for adding the grade. We need to use a constructor. So let's use a constructor. So first comes the name of the student, let it be John, as always. Then comes the subject and then the grade. So subject, let's say math or calculus. And the grade, let him have 90. Alright. Now let's create a grade service. Type integer. And call it teacher. New grade service. So we'll say teacher dot add grades, grade. Let's see what we got. Can we run this? Yes. So the method add grade, where is it? It takes the student grade, right? It takes the student grade and then it adds it to the list of student grades. So actually, let me remove this one. I will take this one and remove this one. Let's call this grade service. Then we'll use grade service dot add grades, new student grade John, then comes Bob, and let the return type be double. So this is 90, this is 75, and let's have Alice with the grade 85. Alright, now let's take the grade service and return the average of grades. The subject will be calculus, and we'll print out. Alright, let's run this. So the average for calculus is 83. Alright, now let's write the test cases for our task. So we'll go to final tasks and create grade service test. So what we will do here, what do we need to test? First of all, we need to test, I will take these, copy them. We have the methods add grade and average grade. So first of all, the grade cannot be negative, so let's try to create a method. Let's call it public void test add grade. So we will have the grade service. Actually, let me create a setup method. So we'll say public void setup. So before each we want to create the grade service. So grade service, new grade service. Alright, of type double. Let's say we have predefined our students. So we have some students in our grade service list. So let's test adding the grade. We take the grade service. say test first. So test, now we have the test, the grade service. Why? Interesting. Alright, let me take this one, copy this one, and get rid of this one. Grade service, and I will say private. Will it work now? Yes. Grade service, add grade. Let me copy this one. So we will add a new student. Let's say Smith with the grade 70. Alright, then we need to go and say assert true. So assert true, we go to grade service and we say contains actually let me use a different technique. Let's use assert does not throw. So does not throw, use our lambda. So as you can see, IDE helps us. It says we have the expression supplier. So it does not throw if we try to add this user. So if we take this one, and put it here, it should not throw an exception. Alright. And we add the valid grade. What if we add invalid grade? If we try to add invalid grade, then it should throw assert throws. So it should throw what? It should throw invalid grade exception dot class. So if we try to add the grades negative 70, then it should throw invalid grade exception. Alright, what else do we have? The average of grades. So let's go and write test average of grades. So how can we test the average of grades? So for the accuracy, let me get rid of Bob and let's have the grade of Alice 80, so the average would be 85. Alright, let's say assert equals, so the expected value is 85 for our average, so 85. The actual one is the average, so that's just a second. So we say grade service dot average of grades. The subject is calculus. Alright, the average should be 85. Let's put the annotation. And one more for the average of no grades. Average of no grades. So what is the expected behavior if we don't have any grades? Should throw invalid grade exception. So it should throw assert throws invalid grade exception class in case we do not have the grades for that specific subject. So let's say grade service dot average for the subject, let's call physics. There are no grades for physics, so we should throw an exception. Alright, now let's run all the tests using Maven. As you can see, they all passed the test. Alright, let's move to the next task. Let me get rid of this. So we have a movie rating system. We're asked to develop a system that allows users to rate movies and manage those ratings. The system should support the use of different rating systems such as integers or fractions, and provide functionality to calculate the average movie rating as well as sort movies by popularity. So we have the classes movie, rating, movie service. A movie is a class representing a movie with fields, so it has fields title and other characteristics. Okay. Rating, that extends the number, generic of type T, that extends number. This is a class for storing movie rating. T can be integer, double, and etc. Okay. Movie service is a service for managing movies and their ratings. Alright. Rating management, storing ratings. Alright. So let's create a new class. First of all, let's create a package which will say task 4. So we have the movie rating. Let's create a new class movie. So a class should represent a movie with fields like title and other characteristics. So let's create private string title, And actually you can make this final, so they're immutable. Final. Then we have private final. Let's say the release year. Release year. And we have private final. Let's say genre. So genre of the movie. Alright. Now I will quickly generate the constructor and getters. So then we need getters, and also we need to override the method to string and equals. So first let's override the equals and the method to string. String. Alright, so we will return string. So we will return first, we'll say movie. So we have title, release year, and genre. We'll say, let's say title plus let's say year, put release year, then what else do we have? We have genre, so we'll say just keep this as it is, simple. So first comes title, then we can put comma and say year, release year, and genre. Let's put the brackets. I'll put brackets in the beginning as well. So brackets like this. Actually, let's make it even better. Make it like this. Here we'll say title. Alright, so now then we have a class rating that extends the class number. So this is a class for storing the movie rating. T can be integer, double, and etc. So if we extend the number class, then it can be integer, double, or any number value. So let's create a new class that we'll call rating. So what we will do is that we will make it generic, and we will set an upper bound number. Alright, so so this class stores the movie rating. Alright, so we need to have a map inside our rating class. So let's make it private final map. So we have a movie for the key, and for the value we have a list of type T. Alright, so we'll call this ratings. We'll say new hash map. Alright, so we need to must be thread safe. So let's create the rintrant lock, which will also make private final. Rintrant lock. Alright. Then we have the method public void add rating. So add rating, and to add rating we need to specify the movie. So we'll say movie and the parameters. Then we need to have a validation. So validation, you can say if actually let's keep it for, let's first add the lock. So we will lock, then we'll say try to take the ratings map and first get the movie, and then add the rating. So we need to have a rating as well. So rating of type T. Rating, add the rating. Alright. Finally, we will unlock the lock to make this method thread safe. Alright. And also we need to have a validation for a rating. Let's say if the grade, the rating, so if rating, let's say double value, it's converted to double value, if it's less than 1, or rating double value is greater than 10, then we will print out the rating must be between 1 and 10. Alright, otherwise, and we return it, we do not continue the execution. Otherwise we execute the block and add the rating to the map according to the movie. Alright, now we need to calculate the average rating using the stream API. So let's create a new method. First of all, I will create a method for getting the ratings. So we'll say public map movie and list of type T. This is the return type. What we'll do, we'll call this get ratings, and we'll return the ratings. Alright, so we have our getter. Now let's create the method for calculating the average. The return type will be double, return double. Let's call this calculate or get average. Get average according to the movie. So we have to pass the movie. So we need to use the Stream API to calculate the average. So what do? We return ratings. So we need to get the movie. So get the movie and get the movie. And for the value, we need to create the empty list. Alright, so create an empty list. Then what we'll do, we'll say stream so we say stream, then we need to convert the numbers inside the list into a double. So we can use map to double. Then for each number we'll get a double value. Then we take the average, and since the movie may return it has a possibility to return the null value, we need to handle this. As you can see, the IDE suggests that we make the method, the return type optional double, but we can handle this using the or else, and put the value that will be returned in the end if it's null, if there are no average value in that movie. We can make it 0. Alright. Now the last one is to create the movie service. So let's create a new class, movie service. So this is a service for managing movies and their ratings. What do we need to do here? We need to sort. We need to also add the method for sorting. Alright. So let's make movie service a generic class as well. So we'll make it generic and extend number. Then what we will do, so let's create the rating. Let's have a field rating. Which we'll call rating system. Rating rating system. Alright, then we'll have a constructor. Like this. So now we can create the method for sorting movies by average rating. Let's create public void. Let me use synchronized for this one. We should return a list of T. So return a list of T. Actually a list of movies. Then we'll call this method sort by popularity. Alright. Then we will return rating system dot get ratings. So this will return the ratings, all the ratings. So now we have access to this map. So this will return the map. Then we will say what? We need the movies, right? And movies are the keys of this map. So we can use key set. Then we'll need to create a stream. So we'll create a stream from the movies. Alright. Then we say sorted. So sorted. So we need to have so we want to sort movies. So we'll have M1 and M2. So movie 1, movie 2. Alright. Movie 1, movie 2. Why does it say object? It should be saying movie. Alright, we take movie 1 and movie 2. Then what do? We take so we need to compare, right? We need to compare the movies, so we use double compare M1 and dot get average. As you can see, you cannot have access to the movie because why? Rating system. Actually, what I'm doing is wrong. I need to get average from the rating system. So rating system dot get average for the movie 1. So get average for movie 1 and also get average for the movie 2. Alright. And then what do we do in the end? Say dot collect collectors to list. Alright. Now we can go and create the main method. Let's create the entry point. So we have our movie service, we have the rating. Let's create a rating of type double, I'll say rating, new rating. Alright, now let's create the movie service of type double as well. So we'll say, we'll call this movie service. And let's call this one rating system. Now we can pass the rating system to the movie service. Alright, let's create a couple of movies. So movie 1, new movie. So first comes the title. Let's say Lucy, release year 2014, genre science fiction. Alright, I will copy this one for movie 2, movie 3. Movie 2 will be what? Let's say The Dark Knight. 2008 action. Let's add one more. So what would it be? Let's say what movie? Okay, let it be Harry Potter. Okay, Harry Potter. And the year will be 2003. Okay. So what do we do now? We take the rating system. Now we take the movie service. Actually, when we add the rating, let's add the method rating put if absent. So we'll put the movie inside the ratings if absent. absent. And for the value, new array list. Alright, so we'll put in the movie and the array list. The new array list. Now let's add the ratings to the rating system. So we'll go and say rating system, add rating. So first comes the movie 1, then we add the rating. Let's say 9.0 and 9.5. Alright, I will copy this and change movie 2. We'll have rating 8.5 and 8. Alright, let's copy this one more time for movie 3, and let's say 9 and 8.5. Alright, so we added the ratings. Now we can print out the results. So we can print out all the movies. Using the rating system .get ratings, and then we can print the average for let's say Harry Potter. Average rating Harry Potter is the movie 3, so movie 3 dot get title, we'll say double dot, then get system rating system dot get average for movie 3. Alright, and the last one, we'll sort the movies by popularity. So the movies by popularity. So we have a list. We can create a for loop for string movie in in movie service dot sort by popularity to string. How can we iterate over the elements of this one? So we'll have a list, right? List of movies. We could create the iterator. Let's create iterator. enter, and then what we will do, let's say movie service dot sort by popularity dot iterator. So while iterator has next, while iterator has next, we will print out the iterator dot next like this. Alright, let's run this and see the result. We can actually remove this title from here. Now let's run this again. Now it looks nicer. Let me add one more new line to differentiate between the lines. So here we have all movies: Lucy, Harry Potter, Dark Knight. Then we have average rating for Harry Potter, and we have movies by popularity. So Dark Knight looks like it's rating it in descending order. I mean in ascending order, in ascending, because the Dark Knight is the least popular. Am I right? Dark Knight, yes, 8.5 and 8. The most popular one here is Lucy, then Harry Potter, then Dark Knight. Interesting. I think we need to change the order. Let's change the order. Now we have Lucy, Harry Potter, and Dark Knight. So here I will write sorting movies in descending order. Alright. Now we need to write test cases for our movie service. Let's go to the test folder and create a new test, which we'll call rating system. Actually, should call it rating test according to rules. Alright, rating test. And what do we need to test? So we need to test so in the rating we need to test the get average function and rating. I have two functions. We have get ratings function. So let's test the add rating. So we'll call test add rating. So we can try to add the low rating before that, let's have a pre-set up that will be executed before each. So we'll say public void set up. So what do we have? We need to have a map, right? We need to have a map of ratings. So let's create a map of type movie and list of type T, which we'll call ratings, and we will initialize this hash map. And since we're using the generic type, we need to specify this before the return type, like this. So what can we do? Movie. Then what? So we'll create a map. Then we need to add some movies. Let's take these movies, I will copy them and add them here. And we can add ratings also, I will copy this one. What's wrong? We need to initialize the rating system. Actually, instead of this, so rating double, which we'll call rating system, is equal to new rating. Alright, so we have the rating system, we have the movies, and we added them to the rating. So let's put the annotation and indicate that this will be executed before each. Or before all. We could also use before all. Why do we need to create it every time? Actually, we don't need this generic type because we're using double. And let me remove this one also, we don't need this one. Alright, so now we're testing the add rating method. So we're testing add rating, so I will put the annotation test. Alright, so let's test it with the value. As you can see, we don't have the access to the rating system. To have the access, let me take this one and I will declare it outside so that it becomes the global rating system. we'll make this private final. Oh. Okay, we'll remove the final. Alright, now we have access to rating system. So rating system dot add movie, add rating, sorry. Let's add rating. So add movie 1. And these are also not accessible, so to access these I need to declare them outside. So I will just copy this one. I will remove these. So I will say here private movie, and I will copy this 3 times. I'll paste movie 1, movie 1, movie 2, and movie 3. Alright, so now we can access the movie 1 and add rating. So what was the problem? If we have 1 or 10, less than 1 or greater than 10, so let's add first let's add valid rating. So test add rating, I will say valid. So we will add 9.5. Alright, then what we'll do, we'll go to assert, we'll use assert function, assert true. We'll take rating system dot get, let me add another method so that we could take specific movie. I'll go to rating and we'll create public void, actually not void, so okay, get rating for the specific movie. So we'll return ratings dot, so the return type is movie. Is it? No, wait. The return type is list. The return type is list of movies. So we need to get or default movie or we can return the empty list. What's the problem? So it suggests that we make this the generic type. Actually, we don't need this one. I have another idea. I'll remove this one. We'll come here and we'll say get ratings dot get the movie. So we'll get the movie 1. We'll get the movie 1. Alright, and instead of assert true, we'll use assert equals. So where is this? Put all of them. Assert equals. So this is the expected value, right? So this is the expected value. Put comma. and the actual value the actual value is this one. Actually, let's make this one actual value. And instead of equals here, I will use true, assert true. So rating systems get ratings get movie1 dot contains, if it contains this rating, so let's add 9.5. Alright, and we can use also equals, assert equals, and we can check the expected value 1, and we can say rating system dot get all ratings, get ratings, get the movie, and get its size, so it should be 1. Alright, then let's go and create another test. So this test for testing a valid for adding a valid ratings, we also have invalid ratings. So let's have a negative case. I will just copy this one. I will say invalid test add invalid rating. So let's add something like 11. Right, and I will add one more to, let's say, movie 2. Let's add 0.5. Okay, these are the invalid ratings. So when we check the condition, so let me say movie 2, movie 1, that doesn't matter. So this, when we check this condition should be false, so we'll say assert false. And when we check the equals, we're expecting that there are actually we expect 1. This is different when we get the movie. So let me remove this one. I will add one more. So for movie 1 we expect to have 11, so we add rating 11, which, as you know, will be terminated. It will not pass this condition. It will be empty. What else? Actually, this also may throw an exception, which we'll find out. For the movie 2, we have the rating 0.5, so we'll say 0.5, which is false. Right, I want to run this test. So as you can see, it threw null pointer exception, right? So this is because the rating list is empty. We didn't have any values previously. So to handle this test case, we can have the try catch block, or we can say assert throws. We can check using assert throws, a null pointer exception class. Then we have our lambda, and here we'll take our expressions inside the lambda. Alright, like this. Let's run this. And we can actually get rid of these. No, we cannot get rid of these. Expected null pointer exception. It does not throw the exception, but actually I understand why. This is because when we use this method get ratings, we have the stream here, stream, we have stream. Wait a second. Actually not the stream, but when we return the ratings, it returns the movie and the list of ratings. But since the list is empty, this list is empty, it throws the null pointer exception. Now it's valid. Alright, and let's run this one as well. So, it's okay. Now, what else? Actually, let me keep this one for another example. For invalid rating still, I need these two. So I will take these two. And I will take this one also. So when we add these ratings, nothing happens, but if we use the assert function, assert false, assert false, and we take the rating system dot, yeah, we cannot get average. We cannot get average. But we can get ratings. No, we cannot get ratings. Can I handle this exception? Let's see. Get or default. No. Okay, let's skip it. Actually, I think we can use this one. We can use this one. Huh. Instead of assert false, we'll have assert equals. So assert equals so it must be the size of this list that we'll obtain must be 0. So the expected value is 0. Then we get ratings. Then we say get or default the movie 1, right? We know that it will return the null pointer exception. To avoid that, we'll say if the list is empty, then we will return the empty list. So how can we do this? We can use the list of method, and the same here. I will just copy this one and get rid of this. And for movie 2. Alright, so this, we can run this. So we expect 0, but we got the empty array because we didn't specify the size. So dot size and dot size. Now we can run this again. So now it's true. Alright, so we tested the invalid rating. What else do we have? The average. Let's test the average one. So I'll say public void test test the method get average. So how can we test this? Let's assume that we obtain the average from the movie 3. Okay, let's add the rating. Add rating to movie 3. So we'll add 9.0 and 8. We'll add 8. So we have 9.0 and 8. So the average must be 8.5, right? So we have the expected value and we have the actual value. So we can use assert equals. The expected one is 8.5. The actual will calculate using the get average method. So rating system dot get average from the movie 3. Alright, so this must return double. Alright, now we can add the annotation test and run this one. So it's true. Return 8.5. Alright, what else do we have? Sort by popularity. How can we test this one? Also we have the 0, so let me copy this one, paste it here, get average, how can we call this method? Get average with null or without arguments, without rating. Get 0 average, let's say. So we don't add any ratings, and then we call the get average. We expect to have 0.0, and we can run this. So it's true. If we don't add any ratings, then it will return 0.0. Correct. What else do we have? Sort by popularity. Let's write test for that. Public void test sort by popularity. Let's add the annotation. So we should obtain the list. Alright, list. List of movies. How can we test this method? So let's add the ratings. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here. So we have our ratings, right? Then we call rating system dot get. Actually, to use this one, we need to implement the movie service. So let's create an instance of class movie service. Movie service, movie service, new movie service, add rating system. So it has a constructor that accepts the rating system of type rating, which we pass here. Now what do? We call movie service and we say sort by popularity. Alright, so this must return a list of movies in descending order, and we need to check that. So first of all, what we can do is we can check its size. So we can say assert equals so the expected value will be 3. We get the size of the list. So the expected value is 3. I mean, this is not a considerable test, but still, let's have it. Let's add another one. So the first element in the list here actually must be movie 1, right? So we'll say assert true movie service dot sort by popularity, then we will use actually we can use get, right? Get the first element, and here we need to use equals. So equals. So the first element must be movie 1. So this one will return, this one will return the movie. We need to have movie for the expected one value. We will use rating system dot get ratings, get movie 1. So this should match. Right, let's see. got the rating, but actually we need the movie. How can we fix this? So okay, we can say movie 1, right? Instead of using the long rating system thing, you can say movie 1 and compare it to this one. Let's run this one more time. Now it's correct. Test, sort by popularity. You should let me remove this one. And for the sake of practice, we know that movie 2, which is Dark Knight, will be at index 2, and movie 3 at index 1. So let's make it like this. Yes, it's correct. So what else do we have? Sort by popularity. I guess that's it. Get average. We tested the get average. Get ratings. Probably we can test that one also. So let's add public void get test get ratings. I didn't have that one, right? Yeah, no, I didn't have. So get ratings. So here we can use assert equals but before that I will copy this one. I'll add it here. So we can check this by using the assert true. So assert true, no, actually assert equals, assert equals, because we must have three elements. The expected value is 3. Then we take rating system dot get ratings dot size. Let's add the annotation test. We have the entry point. Right, and let's run this. So yes, that's true. I guess we can move to the next task. We can move to task 5, warehouse inventory. So we need to design a system that manages a warehouse that allows adding and removing items of different types. The system should manage access to the warehouse through the isInventory open variable and handle situations where items are out of stock by throwing an out of stock exception. Alright. Let's create a new class. Alright. So let's create a new package. Task 5 create a new class. A new class that we'll call product. So product has fields, name, price and category. So let's create private final string name, private final string category, and private final price, double price. Alright, let's generate the constructor and getters, and also we need to override the method to string. Alright, now we're good. Let's create a class inventory service. So we have a new inventory service. Alright, inventory service is a service for managing products in the warehouse. It should support operations of adding a product and retrieving a product by category. So we need to create a map. So let's create private map, which we'll call inventory, new hash map. The key is the product category, so this is the category, and we have a list of type product that has fields, name, category and price. Alright, now we need a method for adding an item to the warehouse. If the isInventoryOpen flag is false, the add operation should not be performed. So we need to have a flag. So let's create private boolean isInventoryOpen flag, which will set true by default, and we'll have a method for changing the inventoryOpen method. So we need to pass boolean variable, so we'll have a parameter open, and then we will change the isInventoryOpen to the value that the user will pass. So if it's false, then it will change it to false, and now we can validate the add method, add inventory method for adding an item. So let's say add inventory so first we have the conditional statement. If the isInventoryOpen is false, so I will use the exclamation mark. Then we need to throw an exception, right? product. Here we'll print out the message. Inventory is not available now. And we'll return. So it will not proceed if the condition is true. If it's not, then what we will do, we'll take the inventory and we will say put if absent, so here we need to have the product item, let's change it to add item. So product add item, put if absent. So what do? We remember that the key is the category, so we need to add the category. We'll say item get category, and to the list let me think. Item category. We'll initialize a new array list. So either we put the item category, then the array list. Alright, if we don't have the array initialized if that is the first item, the first product that we're adding, then it will initialize the array list, and then we'll go and say inventory, get the category, get item, category, and add the item to the list. Alright. So, okay, we're done with the method add. Now we move to the method for getting the product. If there are no products in the specified category, an out of stock exception should be thrown. So let me initialize. Let me create our own exception that we'll call out of stock exception. And as you can see, IDE has already completed the exception. It extends from runtime exception and it prints out the message of its parent class, meaning runtime exception. Alright, so let's create a method for getting product by category. So I should return a list of products. And we'll call this get product by category. So get the product by category. So what do we need to do? We need to pass the category, so category string. Alright. So what can we do? We can create our own list of product, right, which we'll call products, and here we will call inventory dot get or default, get the category, or by default we will return an empty list. So we'll say collections empty list. Alright. And then what we need to do, we need to throw an exception if there are no products. So we can say if products is empty, then throw new out of stock exception. And we'll print out what? No products are available in category that we pass. Alright. Otherwise we will return the products list. So we're done with this method. Now we're asked to use Stream API to search and filter products by category and filter products by price. So let's start from price. So I need to return a list of products. So filter products by price. So we need to pass the category, stream category, and the maximum price, let's say double max price. Alright, so we return inventory. Actually, we can use the method get product by category, then pass category. So we have our list of products that is filtered by category, a specific category that we pass. Then we can use stream. Alright, then filter by price. So now we need to use the predicate. Let's say price, the product price, then we say price get price should be less than or equal to the maximum price. And then we need to wrap this into the list. So we use collectors to list. Alright, so we got our filter products by price method. And now we need to use Stream API to search and filter products. So let's say public, again we return a list of products, filter products by category. Right, we pass the category. inventory dot get get or default get category or put an empty list. Alright. Then we can collect the results. Use a stream and collect. Collects collectors dot to list. Actually, let's get rid of this. Not correct. So we can use inventory entry set dot stream. Then we can filter using entry dot get value. So inventory key is a category, value is the product. So we want to sort by the category, so we get key, and it should be equal to, and we ignore the case, it should be equal to the category that we specified. Alright, so after we filter this, we need to convert using the map. We need to map entry get value, since we want the products itself. So we filtered by the category, then we're obtaining the value, so we use get value. Alright, get value, and we need to use another string here, and since this one will return a list of string products, we can use flat map. Alright, this was the last one. It was the last one. Now we can go and create the main method. So let's create the inventory service. Inventory call it service, new inventory service. Then we need to have some products. Let's create product 1, new product. I just will paste the products that I have already got. So name, category, price, name, category, I just rearranged this so that we would have the proper order of the elements. Now we can add these products to our service. Add item, product 1, product 2, product 3. Alright. Now we need we can try to get the product by category, filter by price, by category. So let's say service dot get product by category. Category will be electronics. Alright, and we can print this. Let's run. So we have our product laptop, electronics, product phone, also electronics. I guess we need to rename this, get products by category. Like this, since it returns not a single product but products. Let's try to use stream. So filter products by category. And we can use the lowercase. And as you can see, it says product, so the same output. Alright, just let me now let's try to obtain the products by price. So we'll filter them by price. Filter by price. Now we need to specify the category. So we'll say electronics. Electronics. Alright. And the maximum price. The maximum price will be, let's say 1,000. Alright, let's run this. So we get only phone, since laptop is more expensive. What if we say 100? Then it should not return anything. Empty list. And if we would say 1200, then it returns both of them. Alright. What else? What else? Get products, filter. We can try to add some products. Like the third product will not be added if we change the set inventory to false. This product 3 will not be added. So you can see service dot let's just run this and see the result. As you can see, inventory is not available now. So this was for the product 3 after we changed the service set inventory to false. Let's get rid of this. Alright, so now let's write test cases for the inventory service. We'll call this inventory service test. Alright. So we need to declare the inventory service here. It's called service. Let's make it private. Inventory service, and we'll have a block before each. Before each public void setup. So before each, we will initialize the service, new inventory service. Alright. And we can have our products. Let me copy this. So I will declare private product 1, product 2 and 3. And add them here. Just like that. Alright. Now let's write our first test. So it will be, let's start from the adding. So we'll say test add valid item. Alright, put the annotation test. So how can we check this? We can say assert equals. Alright, let's use assert equals. Assert equals. So what do? Before that, we need to go to our service and add item product one. Alright. Then what we can do, we can say assert equals. So we expect to have one product in our inventory, so we'll say 1, the expected value, and the actual value is service dot let me add another another class method, sorry, for getting all the products. So we'll say list products and it should return inventory dot get or default so get inventory actually let me remove this, we don't need this one. Instead of assert equals, I will use assert true. Assert true. Then what we will do, we'll go to service dot contains let's create a new list of products. List of products that we will call list. So here what we will do, first I need to add that to the service. So I'll add product 1. Now we need to somehow test if that product exists in that service. So let's create a list of product that we will call list, and what we'll do then, we'll take service and we'll say get product by category, and since the product 1 is from electronics, so we'll say electronics. Alright, we get the electronics, and this list will contain this product 1. Now we can take this list and say contains our product 1, and it should be true. Alright. Which is true. Now let's test let's add invalid item. I will just copy this test. Test add invalid item. Actually, what do we mean by invalid item? We can say test closed inventory. So what we will do, we'll take service, I'll say dot set inventory open to false, then we'll try to add product 1, and we'll say assert false, so it should not contain product 1. Let's run this. Made a mistake. No products available, so the exception was thrown because we tried to get the product which threw an exception. Instead of this, let me use the filter by category. Let's run this. Now it's true. Alright. Now we need to test the filter products by price. So let's create public void test filter products by price. So before that, we will add all the items to our service. Service add item product 1, product 2, product 3. Alright. And then what we will do, we will call the service and we'll say filter products by price. And the category will be electronics. And the maximum price, let's make it 1,000. So this should return a list of products that we can make here. List. Alright. Let's call it filtered. Filtered list. Then what we can do, we can use assert equals so we expect to have one product, right? So we'll say one, then we'll say filtered list dot size. So we initialized these products and we have two electronics products, two items, and I put the maximum price 1000, so a laptop should not be added to that list and we should only have phone with the price 800. And so we check assert equals, let's add the annotation test, and now we can run this, which is true. Alright, now let's test using the same logic but for the filter the products by category. So we'll use by category. Alright, here we'll say filter products by category, and we'll have electronics, and this should return 2 since we have two products of category electronics. Let's run this. Alright, and one more, filter products by category, that throws an exception. Get products by category, throws exception. So what we can do, we can get rid of this so that we don't have any products in our inventory service. Alright, then we can do service get products by category electronics, and let's get rid of this, and this must throw an exception, assert rows out of stock exception. This and put inside. Can get rid of this filtered list. Alright. So this must throw an out of stock exception. Let's run this. Which is true. Alright. What else do we have? I think this is it for this example. Now let's move to the next one. task manager. So we need to develop a task management service that allows adding, deleting, and searching tasks by various criteria. Each task will have a unique generic identifier, status, priority, and date. Alright. Let's create a task, generic class task that contains fields ID, status, priority, and date. So let's create a new package, task 6, then new class task. So it should be a generic class that represents a task, and it should contain ID, status, priority, and date. So it's a generic class, and it has field ID. Can make it final TID, status, priority, and date. So private string status, priority of integer, and date. For date, we can use class local date, which is a better version of class date, since local date, the instances of class local date are immutable, and they support some additional functions like plus day and etc. So this is a more preferable instead of just date. Alright, now let's generate a constructor. Then we'll generate getters and setters. And also get ID. Alright. And also we need to overwrite the method to string. Alright, now let's create a task service. New class task service, which is also generic. So this is a service for managing tasks that includes methods for adding, removing, and finding. Alright, so now let's create a method to add new task to the list. So we need to have a list. Right, let's create private final list of type task T, which we'll call tasks, and initialize it using the new array list. Alright, so we need to have a method for adding the tasks. Add task of type T, and we simply take it and put to our tasks list. So add a task, as simple as that. And we need to have a method for removing, which will be boolean, and it must be synchronized to avoid race conditions. So delete task, here we pass the task generic task, then we go to tasks and we say remove if, to add some condition to avoid the exceptions. So we say remove if, actually we want to remove it by the ID, so we need to say TID. Right, then we say remove if, here we have the lambda expression, task, if task dot get ID is, it equals to ID. Alright, only then we will remove the task. And now we need to add methods for search. So for filtering, filter by status, filter by priority, and sort by date. So let's add public void, actually not void, but filter by status. So it should return a list of task. How we call this? Filter by status. Filter by status. So we say here string status. In the parameters we have the status. Then we need to use Stream API to filter and sort. So let's return tasks dot stream dot, so we filter this one, filter by status. So let's say task, then we say task dot get status, and it must be equal to the given status. Alright, then we collect all of this and put it into list. So collector to list. Alright, and I will copy this one. Now we filter by priority, am I right? Priority. So by priority, and here we have the priority integer, and exactly the same thing, but instead of status we get priority, and we set it, we compare if it equals to the priority. So in this case we can use double equals instead of the word equals, because we compare two numbers, and double equals is totally fine when we compare primitive data types. Then so we have added methods for filtering by status and priority. Now we need to sort them by date. So let's create a new method, list task of type T. So we'll say sort by date. and return tasks dot stream dot sorted. We use method sorted. Then the method sorted here, it uses comparator. As you can see. So we need to have comparator comparing to local date and get date. Actually not local date but task. So we get date from task, and this one is a method reference operator, so it's a short way to write the lambda expressions. So from task we refer to the method get date. Alright, and then in the end we collect all of this and put it into a list. Alright, we're almost done. So let's add one more method for getting all the tasks. So here I will say take this one, this is the return type, and get all tasks and return. We will return a copy of our tasks so that they wouldn't, so that we have provided the safe version and no one will modify our list of tasks. We pass the copy like this. Alright, and then what do we have? And that's it, I guess. Now we can go and create the main methods. Main. So we have our main methods. We create the task service, new task service, and then we add tasks to our task service using the method add task. And I will just copy and paste the tasks that I have prepared like this. So now we have added the tasks. Now we can print out all tasks like this. Task service get all tasks. Then we can print out tasks with priority, tasks with, I will put a new line here to differentiate. Tasks with priority 1. Alright, you can use task service, filtered by priority 1. Then we can get tasks tasks filtered by status. I mean tasks with status pending. I use a single quotation here so that we don't mess the quotations. We have the double quotations to specify the string. Otherwise I would have to use the escape symbol to add the quotations. So we use a filter by status pending. Alright, then we print out the sorted version of our tasks. So tasks sorted by date. So task service sort by date. Alright, and now let's try to delete task with ID 1 and print out all tasks. Task service get all tasks. Let's run this. So we have our all tasks with ID 1, ID 2 and ID 3. Then we have tasks with priority 1. As you can see, priority 1. Task with status pending. Since we have added only 3 tasks, we can see only 1 task with the status pending. Tasks sorted by date. So we can see 28th, 29th and 30th. So they are in ascending order, meaning in natural order. And the last line where we deleted the task with ID 1 and then printed our task. So as you can see, we have ID 2, ID 3, but no ID 1 because we deleted it. Now we can go and write the test cases for our task service. So I will say task service test. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna need a task service. So I will say private task service task service and we'll call it task service. Then I will create a method set up that will be executed before each test. So set up, I'll put the annotation before each. Here we will initialize our task service. We declared it in the class itself so that we could access it from the different test cases, and here we initialize it using the keyword new and constructor task service. And then I will copy this tasks and add them to our task service. Alright, now we can start writing our test cases. So test for adding the task. So I will say test add valid task. then how can we check that? So we have our task service get all tasks and check if it contains well, there's no way we can check that. So what we can do is that we can create a list of tasks. Alright, list of tasks. We'll call this tasks. And here we'll initialize using the new array list. And we'll initialize our tasks using actually we don't need a list, we need tasks. So we'll say task of type integer. So our IDs will be of type integer. We'll say task 1, task 2, task 3, let's say, and here we'll initialize those tasks. So task 1 is equal to this one. So I need to take this one, yeah, cut this and copy paste here. Take this one and paste for task 2. Alright, and task 3 will be this one. And here we just add task 1, task 2, and task 3. Like this. So now we can check, we can test our task 1. So we can say assert true, so assert true, then we go into tasks, task service, task service, then we'll say get all tasks and check if it contains the task 1. Since we have executed since we have this method that will be executed before each test, then it means that we must have all 3 tasks. So regardless of task 1 or 2 or 3, they all must be in this task service class. So let's put the annotation test and run this. So as you can see, it passed the test. Alright, now we will check public void test remove or delete actually, delete task. So we have this method delete task and it already returns boolean, so we can go to our test case, and here we'll say assert true, and we go to task. We call the task service and say delete task 2, delete task 2. Alright, and it should return true. Interesting. It returned false. Probably because we didn't overwrite the method equals. So let's overwrite the method equals and run this again. No. Alright. Let me remove this one. Then what's the problem? I guess this is because we passed the ID and not the task itself. So I was giving the task. We need to pass the ID. So this must be true. And also we can check assert false task service dot get all tasks contains task 2. So, or we can say is present or get all tasks is actually, let me keep the old one. Get all tasks contains task 2. So this must return false. Let's check our test. Yes, it's true. Now we need to test filter by status, filter by priority. Let's first test the get all tasks method. So we'll say public void test get all tasks. So we can check it using assert equals. So we have 3 tasks right now. So we'll say task service, task service get all tasks and get its size like this. So it's true. Alright. Now we can create another test case for filters, filter by status. So what we'll do, we'll say test filter by status, then how can we do this? So we call task service, we'll say filter by status, and we say status completed. Alright, so completed. We can compare this using assert equals. So assert equals, the expected value would be task service dot get all tasks contains So completed. No, just no. Wait a second. Let me take this one. So the expected value is the task with ID 2. Alright. So the expected one is task 2. The expected value is task 2, and the actual value will be this one. And we need to check if they're equal. Let's run this. As you can see, we have a problem because we need to override the method equals. The method equals in our task class, it compares two values by their memory reference and not by their values. So we need to override the method equals. We can generate that using the IDE. Alright. Now if we run this again, the problem is the actual one returns a list of tasks, but this one is a task itself. So to fix this one, what we can do is that task service get all tasks. Now this will be a boolean value. So instead of that, for the expected value, you can put 1 and get the size of this array. Alright, so this will be 1 test case. And the second one, we can get the ID of this one, which is 2. So the ID of this task is 2. So we can say filter by status, get index 0. So since we have one element, no. We need to get the ID. So if we create a new list of task T, and we'll say completed tasks, and here we will take this one, and then what we can do is that we can take completed task and take its size. Then we can say completed tasks dot get the first element. So we have only one element inside, and its ID. Get the first element and get its ID, so it must be 2. Alright, now let's run this. Now this is true. Alright, so we tested the filter by status. Now let's test filter by priority. So the same logic here, I'll just copy this one. So we'll say filter by priority. Priority. Filtered. So they're filtered by priority. And we'll say priority 1. Alright. Then what we'll do, we'll say assert equals the expected priority is 1. Then we'll say filtered get the first element and get its priority, like this. Alright, so it must be equal to 1. And of course we can add the assert equals to check its size. We expect to have 1. So filtered size must be 1. Let's run this one more time. It's just true. Alright. What else do we have? This was a valid task. Let's try to delete invalid task. Invalid. Or task that does not exist. Delete. Non-existent task. So delete, delete task with the ID, I don't know, 10. So there is no task with ID 10, it must return false. Then I don't know, it contains, I can remove this one, we don't need this one. Just let's try to delete a task with ID 10. Let's run this. As you can see, it returned false. And the last one, we didn't have a test case for sorting by date, so let's add public void test sort by date. So let's put the annotation test. Alright, so we'll call task service sort by date, and we will put this into, so this one returns a list of tasks, so we'll put this into a list of tasks type T, which we'll call sorted. All right. So we store the sorted tasks sorted by date into a list of in our list that we call sorted. So now we can say assert equals so we expect this one with the day of month 28, priority 1, or let's say ID 2, ID 3 and ID 1. So ID 2, ID 3 and ID 1. So these are the expected values of the IDs. Then what we can do, we can go to our sorted list, say get the first element. So we know that the first element will be, we expect the first element to be the second task. Alright, so and then we will get its ID. Or actually we can get, yeah, it's better to get the ID instead of the date, because we'll have to write the full date to compare this. So let's get the ID. We'll do the same for the rest. So I'll just copy and add. So this will be the first element, and the last element will have the ID, which is equal to 1. Now we can run this test, and you can see it's true. Alright, I guess that's it. Now let's run all of our tests using the lifecycle, Maven lifecycle test. Takes a long time. Tests run 124. Oh, 124. No failures, no errors, nothing skipped. Alright, so this was the last task. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.